One.
Stavio na 25. Gdje taj lik i vidi da je Piotr moj? Otišlo je čini mi se. He is here. I saw him in the car. He's here. We spoke.
He was so keen. He was here at 10 o'clock because I came here to work and he didn't know that it should all been changed.
I saw him just now as I was coming in. He was on the phone.
To switch on the camera. The film is working at 19 degrees.
Okay, well, welcome to our third day of the Europe's Futures Symposium 2022. We have, as most of you know, shifted the schedule, but Piotr wasn't fully aware of that. So we apologize for not informing you about this.
Actually, I was informed, but I didn't.
As you know, we have the arrival of Andreas Streichel, the chair of the board of the Erste Foundation, and of Boris Marte, the CEO of the foundation. They are actually en route from Cres airport, and they should be here around 1 o'clock. The reason that we shifted is that they wanted to at least hear one of the panels, so we decided to move the panel with sort of the broadest theme, EU's role in the world from peace project to strategic autonomy, to the afternoon, and the rest follows the schedule as it was announced. The one thing that I changed with the changed schedule is that given that a couple of people need to leave to catch the plane from Cres, most notably Rosa Balfour, who is a commentator on that panel this afternoon, I'd like us to start at 2:30. So we will finish this panel promptly at 1:20, go to lunch and be back here by 2:30 so that we can have enough of a discussion and debate so that Rosa and whoever else is on that same plane is able to leave on time. Okay, those were procedural issues. So 2 remaining debates today, 2 presentations, and so the first one is on strategic shifts and the future of enlargement for the Western Balkan 6. Obviously so much to talk about, a flurry of activities over these past 2 weeks basically. The paper that a group of our fellows presented that's already been tweeted out and in the social world reality already, and there will be also a video that will go out. So today's presentation is based on Zoran Nechev's project during his fellowship. Zoran, who is from Skopje, from the Institute for Democracy, but also with DGAP this year. And our panelists and commentators are Piotr Buras with ECFR Warsaw, and Srdjan Cvijić with OSEPI, the Open Society Policy Institute in Brussels. Zoran, and we decided that we would make this a little more dynamic, so Zoran will speak briefly and we'll open it basically to an open floor discussion after the commentators.
Okay, thank you, Ivan. Yeah, so yesterday we have published the paper in which we had many commentators and contributors. It went well, at least from the numbers on social interaction on Twitter. It went very well. It reached a lot of people. We will continue doing that in the period to come. While doing the fellowship, we have realized that the war in Ukraine will substantially change the whole enlargement process, especially when the application from Ukraine was promoted. And we have decided that we should focus more on this and to see how we can move forward. What does this mean? How it will change the process? How the member states will react? And connected it a little bit with the whole debate about the strategic autonomy, or what the French have been pushing for in the last couple of years. It turned out to be an excellent opportunity because the French had the presidency. So one of the elements in what we wanted to discuss actually with the French themselves about how they view the whole enlargement process. So I will just give you a hint. It was quite interesting that Macron's speech in Strasbourg was the day that we were in Paris. He finished around 3:15, so we were listening to him and what he was speaking about, and we entered Quai d'Orsay around 3:30. When we entered, we kind of asked the people, what about the speech? What do you think? Political community, and there were representatives from the Quai d'Orsay, around 10 people, plus from Clement Bond's office.
And the Élysée.
And Élysée, no one knew about it. So they asked which speech, the one from Sorbonne. So it was quite interesting to see how it worked out. That was, at least for me, I think also for the others, it was quite an interesting thing. So how foreign policy is being made in France. So what we have discussed, we tried to narrow it down to 6 fixes. So first, what we are saying that the process is broken. That came also as a confirmation from the dialogue with the French. They also understand that the whole process is broken, regardless of the change of methodology that they have pushed so hard. And now we have a new methodology that is already not implemented. Regardless that there was a change, actually the whole methodology was meant for the newcomers in the negotiation process, that North Macedonia and Albania, but we haven't seen how does it work. So we have a new methodology, no one knows how it works. At least not in its full capacity. So in our paper, we have focused on 6 fixes. So the first one is focus on fundamentals, something that we already have in the new methodology, but it's not acted upon. We have, focus on democratic standards. We have the focus on rule of law. With the newest methodology, we also have, economic governance as part of it. For us, it's also economic governance is very important because many of these countries have taken Chinese credits and they have indebted themselves quite a lot for a substantial period of time. And most of these loans are taken for projects which are, well, some of them are infrastructural, but some of them go in the energy sector. And these are projects that are financing pretty much on elements that the EU will never fund, like, for example, coal factories to produce energy. So, so the first fix is that we need to relentlessly focus on the fundamentals. The second one is gradual phasing in. So the whole new element that was promoted is that regardless of where the countries stand in the accession process, they can phase in specific EU policies. That's a one sentence in the new methodology. We have never heard, neither from the Commission nor the Member States, in which actual policies the EU wants to gradually phase us in. We asked them specifically, there was no also request by any of the Western Balkan states in which policy they want to be phased in. So neither of the two sides actually contributed to that. Obviously, there is no much interest from the Commission or from the Commissioner himself to push for certain, to push for a document that will explain this phasing in element. The third fix is increased socialization. So our idea is that once the countries, regardless who are the countries which are in the enlargement process, we will see how the June summit will end, regardless who they are, if, for example, we took the foreign policy, if they align, as there are 3 countries in the Western Balkans that fully align 100% with the sanctions and foreign and security policy declarations of the EU, they should have a seat on the table, somewhere in the back, listening, and if they need to say something, raise the hand saying, so no voting rights, just participation. As they are 100% aligned, and what is important to understand, that there are consequences of this alignment. And I will give you a very simple example. We are 100% dependent on gas from Russia. The only way Russian gas enters North Macedonia is through Bulgaria. Once they stopped, sending gas through Bulgaria, also the gas for Macedonia stopped. So yeah, but this is just an example how it is. 9 to 10% of our economy depends on this gas. The economy is already broken because of all the COVID measures, and you can imagine what is the effect of. Sorry?
Of course.
No. We are not going from that interconnector, right? Through us doesn't go. We have just an extension of the pipeline.
We'll come.
Okay. Okay. So the next one is earlier access to structural funds. Many of these countries, as I have mentioned, try to take loans from the Chinese in order to build huge infrastructural projects. Many of them now are indebted. The example here, the prime example is Montenegro. Huge loan. They had issues of returning the first tranche of the credit, which is 60 million euros, and they wanted to be kind of a bailout by the EU. They have asked for funds from the EU, and the whole loan is 960. So with this interest rate, it will go more than 1 billion. So you can imagine if they have problems of returning the first tranche, how it will look like till the end. Never mind, the new government, with this currency swap agreement, transferred the whole process and loaned this money to be able to return them from European and American banks. So this currency swap agreement is being made with Deutsche Bank, Societe Generale, Goldman Sachs from the US, and Merrill Lynch. I don't know, the agreements are secret, so we can't see them, but in my head, when I see Goldman Sachs and Merrill Lynch in kind of a loan to a country from Southeast Europe, it raises a lot of red flags. If they can trick the Greeks, returning much more than they took, I guess the Montenegrins was an easy bite for them. But we will see in the end. The fifth one is in this new geopolitical reality. We wanted to elevate the CFSP conditionality to the level of the fundamentals. So if you don't align with EU foreign policy, you cannot progress in the EU accession process. So the same level as the fundamentals, so rule of law and good governance. Currently, the worst country in the Balkans with CFSP alignment is Serbia, a little bit less than 50%. And you have 3 countries which are at 100. Although it's also very questionable, I can give you an example of North Macedonia. We have aligned with the sanctions towards Russia, and then asked for technical assistance to EU to tell us how to implement those sanctions. So that's another layer, but it comes afterwards. And finally, it's streamlining the decision-making process. This is something that we have been pushing for quite some time. Because EU at 27, it's difficult to reach any kind of decision, especially when it comes to enlargement. Many of us pray for this kind of QMV in the process that will kind of restrict or decrease the elements of veto powers within the accession process. The whole idea is still to keep unanimity at the beginning and in the end, but meanwhile to have the whole process being driven by QMV. It is a problem to reach a decision, and I will give you one. We haven't written that in the paper, but I have searched afterwards. The last major decision, if we can call it a major decision, was on closing Chapter 30 in the cluster external relations. That's Montenegro 2017. That's the last major decision that the EU have reached on enlargement. So that's already five years ago. These are the 6 fixes. I think that I can stop here. We can debate them afterwards. Open to discussion. This is how we have imagined the whole thing. And now, Piotr.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to comment on your paper, which I think is very timely, very relevant. I'm myself not an expert on Western Balkans, but so I'm looking at this process from a slightly different perspective. And what I worked on was a paper on Ukraine and the EU, and it was published yesterday by the ECFR. So we are also coming up with an idea how to shape the enlargement process in the future. And what I'm going to say is basically kind of based on the paper, but it's strongly, of course, related to what you mentioned, and to a large extent, the ideas are similar. But maybe to start with, I think there are 2 big questions or issues which need to be solved when it comes to the future of the enlargement policy. Because I think the first one is something which we have discussed at length here already over the last 2 days, and this is the need for what we call a kind of a very powerful recommitment to the enlargement policy. That for geopolitical reasons mainly. I mean that I don't want to detail that, because it's, I think, pretty obvious the EU needs to react to the completely changed geopolitical context, and a very powerful recommitment to enlargement policy is badly needed, and it refers both to the eastern and the southern or southeastern neighborhood of the EU. So the Western Balkans and the associated trio, or maybe associate trio minus Georgia. We can, leave it kind of aside for the moment. But I think what is needed is basically a very strong signal from the EU that this is the geopolitical at the moment geopolitical backyard of European Union. But we need basically to make sure that these countries remain, and to put it, very bluntly in the geopolitical language, in the European EU sphere of influence. And this is the thinking very much in line with Macron's proposal, because this European community idea is his own words, on the words of his advisors, very much a security policy kind of driven concept. So this is the one bit, and then there's the question how to do that. I mean, what would be this powerful political sign? But the second important issue which needs to be solved is basically how to square a circle, where you, of course, need this recommitment to enlargement, but honestly, there is such a strong opposition to that in the European Union, that in so many countries which are very skeptical about that and actually do not want enlargement and do not want any progress on enlargement, that we have a very deep division in the European Union on that front, and we have countries which are very skeptical, we have countries which are quite in favor, but we also have what you referred to, the problem of the voting system and the requirement of unanimity. So basically, this all taken together have provided for this blockade which we have had over the last years. So now, the question is, what to do with that if we cannot expect the skepticism about enlargement fade away, and we cannot also, I think, and perhaps this is a kind of maybe difference between us. I wouldn't expect any treaty changes to be possible in the next future, and even any changes on the voting arrangements, because you need a unanimity which is required to introduce QMV. So this is exactly this need to square the circle. So what we are, in a nutshell, what is our response to that? So we say, because I co-authored this paper with Caio Laflanc and we from the SWP, and so basically we say, we need something. Everybody says that, but a new framework for the enlargement and neighborhood policies, which should be basically in this geographical context merged. So it doesn't make sense to talk about partnership, Eastern Partnership anymore, and enlargement policy in the Balkans. We need to have a partnership for enlargement. So basically, a partnership for enlargement, which is, and that would be this very, on the symbolic level, the kind of recommitment to enlargement policy. So we say, enlargement of the European Union is our strategic goal, and of course, it won't happen tomorrow, but we need to, whatever we do now in the next years in our policy towards the Western Balkan countries and to Ukraine, Moldova, should serve the goal of enlarging the European Union. And this is the strategic goal, and that should be put very, very openly. And then, so that would kind of solve the first issue, or the first problem of the need for powerful symbolic sign-off. And that's why it's something different than what, for example, Macron is proposing with the European political community, which is kind of very vague about the very prospect of enlargement, even if the French diplomats say that this is not an alternative, but it's certainly not the goal. So we say no. It needs to be put very clearly, very bluntly. The enlargement is our strategic goal. But then the second question, the second problem I mentioned is not less important, and perhaps even more important than the first one. And so what to do to make this process meaningful, and what to do in this transition period between our very powerful declaration and the actual enlargement. And we are talking about three pillars of this partnership for enlargement. The first pillar is quite well known. I mean, it also discussed also Gerald Knaus has the same basic idea. So a kind of a two-stage process of enlargement. The first, the single market plus. I mean, single market, not the Norway model, of course, but the reversed Norway model, so that the countries are offered accession to the single market, but with a substantial financial assistance from the European Union. And of course, for the Western Balkans, Moldova, it's economically, from the perspective of the EU, is actually not very significant, I mean, because the economies of these countries are small. The real problem is Ukraine, but we have already committed to a reconstruction fund for Ukraine. It has to basically be built up, and so it is only in our interest to have such a offer for all those countries, and including Ukraine, to make sure that this money is spent in a rational way, and to have a leverage on Ukraine in this particular case. So I think this is the first kind of the first pillar, the economic one, the single market, in this reversed kind of Norway model. Then the second pillar would be an energy and climate kind of partnership, because if we believe, and if our strategic goal is that these countries are members of the European Union in, let's say, in a few years, in 10 years, whatever, then we need to integrate them into the main policy, the main project which we have at the moment in the European Union, which is the European Green Deal. So it doesn't make sense, for example, to punish them with a carbon adjustment, carbon border adjustment measures, or with other trade measures which are, protective kind of instruments, because we envisage them to be part of us. So we need to include them from the beginning into all these policies, and then make sure that they are also kind of developed towards the climate neutrality goal, because they will have to meet it anyway. And we propose some concrete measures, but it's not the place to talk about them. And then there is a third pillar, which is very important, I think, and it's probably least discussed in the public debate, and this is security. And this is not only foreign policy, but also security policy. And this is, of course, key for Ukraine, but it might become very important for other countries as well, because we cannot discuss seriously the prospect of Ukraine's integration in the European Union without solving the problem of stability and security of the country. So we need to be, as the European Union, prepared to provide assistance, also military, in terms of military equipment, weapon deliveries, to all those countries in our immediate neighborhood, those countries of the Partnership for Enlargement, whenever it's needed. And in the current situation, the European Peace Facility instrument, for example, could be further developed and could be made kind of a permanent tool for support of Ukraine, especially because this is the country in need. But it should be basically an instrument which is open to all those countries. So these are basically these three main pillars of the new framework as we envisage it. And I think to finish, I think the main advantage, I think, of our proposal is that it could, at least theoretically, be acceptable for both those countries which are skeptical about the enlargement and those who are enthusiastic about enlargement, because it would solve this key, at least in the short term. It gives something very concrete to these countries. At the same time, it's not about, it's everything but institutions, right? And then institutions, it's joining the EU institutions, it's the main political challenge to be overcome within the European Union. So I think this two-stage process is important. And what we are also suggesting does not require any treaty change. And this is also, I think, an advantage, because I don't think we can make the enlargement policy attractive for the European Union if we start this conversation with arguments in favor of a treaty change as a precondition for that. So yeah, so I will wrap up here and pass it over to Srdjan.
Thank you, Ivan. Thank you. So I will maybe seem a bit of a party booster here, but I will try not to be. But so I'll try to convey basically what is very likely to happen after the current enthusiasm about giving Ukraine and Moldova candidacy status goes away, and also try to convey how the majority in the Western Balkans see this development and how EU leaders intimately think about it. Again, enthusiasm gone. So what is likely to happen with the whole story is that our story in the Western Balkans over the last 20 years or so will become Ukraine's story in the future. And Macron's 20 years for Ukraine will very likely become 50 or more, talking about the full EU membership. So let me start with the news from the Coreper and the preparatory meetings for the next week's council. So, which are sincerely, you know, if you leave aside the according of the conditional candidacy status, whatever that means, for Ukraine and Moldova and potential candidacy status for Georgia, what else is going to happen there on the front of the Western Balkans is very telling of what's going to happen to Ukraine in the future. So basically, there is a good chance that some sort of an agreement between Bulgaria and the North Macedonian government will be presented at the table there, unless the Bulgarian parliament kind of stops it, which is a likely opportunity that paradoxically the Bulgarian parliament with not willingly saves enlargement, you know. But basically the nature of the agreement is such that ludicrous Bulgarian bilateral demands towards North Macedonia will be likely inserted into the negotiating framework. Something which, now we are in Croatia, would be equal to Croatia tomorrow demanding Serbia to proclaim 5th of August, the day of the Operation Storm, as the national holiday and Ante Gotovina a Serbian national hero. So I think it's equivalent to that. So by saying that, inserting bilateral agreements that have nothing to do with the Copenhagen criteria into the negotiating framework should be a red flag for every single EU member state and every other candidate country. So I think if this happens now, today, to North Macedonia, we may very well imagine what can Orban or the likes do to Ukraine tomorrow. So do it for their own purposes, you know, Hungarian national minority protection in Ukraine, or for the purposes or for the goals of somebody else further in the east. So this is one thing. The second item on the agenda of the preparatory meetings was something which will probably not end up at the table, sadly, in Brussels, which is visa liberalization for Kosovo. So in the moment when we are talking about 4 freedoms to Ukraine, and by all means, I personally support that, to have only the visa liberalization for the 6 Western Balkans countries that are infinitely smaller than Ukraine is totally impossible to comprehend to the people, leadership in the region. So you imagine what is the political backlash of that. And sadly, I mean, this will come back to Ukraine as well in the future. So basically you have 5 million Ukrainian refugees in Europe. Zoran was telling me the figures before, which is exactly the numbers of the whole population of Albania, North Macedonia, and Montenegro combined. So, you know, having it difficult to give visa liberalization to a meager 1.5 or 2 million Kosovars is completely difficult to understand. So, and these are the current discussions. Not to talk to, today, nobody in the EU, Draghi, Scholz, Macron, when they were on that train to Kiev, they were not talking about corruption. and about the fundamentals in the case of Ukraine. Obviously, because that wasn't so much of a topic in Thessaloniki either in 2003, when the candidacy and potential candidacy status for the Western Balkans countries, where their European perspective was confirmed. So basically, according to the Transparency International's Corruption Perception Index, Ukraine is scoring really badly in the last one, in 2021. Nobody is talking about it, understandably, in the context of the war today. Ukraine is 122nd on that list, and most of the Balkan countries are far better than that. Some are closer to Ukraine, but still better than Ukraine. So we should not fool ourselves that tomorrow these numbers will be quoted in many of the EU's capitals that do not want to see enlargement. So to end here, because we want to leave space for questions and for a debate, we're not so many here in the room, we were hoping in the Western Balkans that we will have a propeller of Scotland or Iceland joining the pack of the 6 Western Balkans countries to bring us to the EU, and unfortunately we will receive a dead weight now. So I think this is what's going to happen next week in Brussels, if we don't do the 6 fixes. And sorry, just another thing, Piotr, you don't need treaty change for qualified majority voting. Yeah, in the council, that's correct.
Okay, thank you all very much, Zoran, for your presentation and for the comments that have really deepened the issue. To Piotr, thank you for showing us the thinking from yourself, ECFR, on how you see Ukraine proceeding, and Srdjan for the kind of doom and gloom opposite end. Let me just say 2 things before I open the floor. No matter what happens, and no matter how long this lasts, I think I share the view of all of us here. No matter what happens, we are still rowing this boat towards the accession. If it's 20, 30, or 50 years, some of us may not be around in 50 years, but I think I see no other way. And all the vacuous discussions about, what's this stupid talk? There's no alternative. There are always the alternative is to become an autarkic country like Albania was in the 60s, with China as its main partner, and build a lot of bunkers and waste a lot of cement on building bunkers. Yeah, there is an alternative. That's the alternative. We are completely part of Europe. These are all Western societies, no matter what public opinion polls say. When we talk about the Western Balkans. And I would say, no matter what the public opinion polls on, do you want to join Europe, say on a particular day, I think the common sense that prevails among the population is that it's better to be in the EU, with all of the EU's faults and falterings and stupidities and backlashes. And I need to repeat it once again. Had France not stopped North Macedonia and Albania in October 2019, Bulgaria would never have been able to do what it did. Let's put responsibility where it is due, and not sort of, well, it happened and we have to live with it. Yeah, we have to live with it. We're living with it, and that opened the door to Bulgaria to do all the wonderful things that it's doing, and bringing all these issues. So I think we need, and that's I think what this group is about, and that's what the discussion on Turkey with Soli yesterday and all the other, we're trying to look at the complexity of the issues, not shy away from the difficulties that we're encountering, but to try and address them in the best way possible, knowing full well that it's a Sisyphus job of pushing this big boulder of rock up the hill. We have all been, some of us more, some of us less, in the capitals of Europe over these decades, and we know about the skepticism. And I will remind you of a talk which I always do with a Swiss diplomat who, not Swiss, Swedish diplomat who went to Paris at the very beginning of the talk of that enlargement. He was told in no uncertain terms at the Quai d'Orsay, Sweden will never join the EU. Okay, so we know, we've heard that talk, Britain will never join the EU, you know. Okay, they're out. But these are the kinds of challenges that we are up against, which doesn't mean that we lose faith in the fact that Europe has a project that is historically worthy of overcoming conflict after World War II, to which we want to belong, because it is simply a little better than staying outside. And I won't quote Nicola again on this. It is cold. It is really cold to be outside of the EU. Okay, Tim first.
I've just got. I've just got two questions. I mean, Serbia says it can't put sanctions, or Vučić says you can't put sanctions on Russia because of the disreliance on Russian gas. So I was kind of wondering, could you just explain how North Macedonia squares a circle of putting sanctions, but actually you can't do without the Russian gas? I don't understand how that works. I mean, that's like having your cake and eating it, isn't it? So I don't understand how that works. And the second thing is, I don't understand exactly what the Commission has proposed with regard to Ukraine, because it's proposing candidacy but with conditions. But will they get candidacy and then they've got to fulfill the conditions? Or it's like Bosnia, conditions and then candidacy? I don't understand. It's which?
They will get the candidacy with conditions, and this was something which was already existing, by the way, you know, for
fine. But then actually they could, in principle, does that mean when they meet, they could say, actually, we've decided to give candidacy now to Bosnia, and all these conditions, you still got to do them, but now you can do them afterwards.
They could, but
Yeah.
they're likely not to do that. We hope they will.
Okay, and the question about the gas and having your gas and eating it.
Let's do the gas thing, because I think that needs to be clarified. So Russia has cut off gas to Poland and to Bulgaria.
Right.
Serbia gets gas through two pipelines. One is Turkish Stream that goes through Bulgaria directly into Serbia. The other one is the one comes through Ukraine and Hungary. So we have no direct contact. We're always mediated by two pipelines. Exactly. And the question is, you know, how does Bulgaria, that is without Russian gas, how does that gas arrive to Serbia? Okay. Dimitar, anyone who knows this precisely, explain it to us. Can you pass the microphone to Dimitar?
It's not rocket science. I mean, Bulgaria has a transit agreement, so the gas that is passed on to Hungary and Serbia, it's not just Serbia, but Hungary, which is a much bigger consumer, transits through Bulgaria. But Bulgaria doesn't take gas from it because it's subject to a different agreement. And there are several reasons for that. One reason is you don't want to screw Serbia and Hungary because it's their gas. Secondly, if you have an arbitration claim against Russia, you want to show that you are bona fide, you're acting in good faith, you're not doing tit for tat against the Russians. But that was the case yesterday. Today, the latest is that now Russia has scaled down on even stopped deliveries through Turkish Stream with the pretext that there is maintenance work over the summer.
On Turkish Stream.
Turkish Stream. That's what I read. I don't think, I mean, I'm surprised about this percentage in Macedonia, that it's GDP. I mean, because you're talking about
Can you
very
keep
small,
the microphone closer?
You're talking in the Macedonian case about a very tiny amount of gas that Macedonia needs. So I'm really surprised that such a large percentage of GDP is dependent on Russian deliveries. That's very likely because I don't think you have storage capacity, but yeah.
The whole point with the sanctions, it wasn't about the gas itself. The point was that we align with EU policies, right? That has a certain cost. And that cost, you know, it's a bunch of money. that we are willing, okay, because of the alignment with the EU, we are willing to take on our own economy. The economy is already weak, and we have to find a way how we can compensate through the EU, because of the alignment, how we can compensate these losses in the economy. That was the whole point. When I meant for the technical assistance, we have aligned previously with sanctions, but this was Nepal, Southeast, China Sea. We are not really, doing the implementation. But now, when the Russian, truck comes to our borders, what will you do? That's what we are not equipped with. So we have a line, but our border control, our, traffic control, if, Lavrov wanted to fly to Belgrade and cross through a Macedonian airspace, it's okay that we have closed the airspace. But, these are very technical issues that we as a country need to learn. And this is the dependency that we have from the EU. Alignment is one thing. How we are going to implement the sanctions or whatever foreign policy declarations there are, we need the assistance from the EU. That was the point. And all of this alignment has cost, because tomorrow, I don't know, I think that we are exporting peaches to Russia, because this kind of peaches that we have, not the smooth one, the other ones are only exported to Russia. This export, it cannot go through anymore. And these are all the elements. So these are all, it's a tiny economy. So it influences a lot. It's good that we have this grand talk that we align with foreign policy. That has a cost. Someone needs to, cover the cost of this. And this is not the only example. It's the same with Huawei. When we wanted to transfer to 5G, the Americans, because we have signed the MOU, we could not take, Huawei or any other company or ZTE to build the bases, the stations. When we did the interviews, what they told us is that Huawei has 3 times cheaper equipment and 3 times more advanced than Ericsson. But because of the let's say geostrategic orientation, we had to go, Deutsche Telekom or the Macedonian Telecom needed to go with Ericsson. That costs money. Someone in the end will need to pay the bill. So my point is that geostrategic alignment is good and we are prepared to do it, but it has a certain cost that we have to find a way through EU how it's going to be compensated.
Just a small note, gas has very little to do with Serbians' non-alignment. That's just an excuse.
Stefan.
I remember I went with Javier Solana to Kiev after the Color Revolution, and one of the main messages of Solana invented, he was tasked to say, please don't apply for membership. And a colleague reminded me that who was there, that I told her that it's a terrible shame that they followed our advice, because even at that time. So in the light of this, I think one shouldn't underplay the significance of the candidate status. I think it does open up a perspective, and if it takes decades, as you say, it's still quite significant. They are more part of the European Union than they have been previously, and I think it shouldn't be underplayed. But otherwise, I very much agree with Srdjan in the skeptical. And I've also heard that even 2 weeks ago in the Coreper, there was huge skepticism on candidate status. And you remember maybe a week ago, the Italian Prime Minister said he's the only one from the big countries that supports candidate status. So what flipped Macron and Scholz was probably a single argument, is that denying them this is a major victory for Vladimir Putin. Yeah. And in the geopolitical context that we have, this was just not an option. Absolutely. And that's, I think, why they took this step. But I think, and again I agree with Srdjan, regarding Ukraine, this is just, a symbolic step. There will not be an enlargement process in a real sense as long as the war is going on. I understand that the Commission has the idea that its reconstruction effort will be huge and very expensive is the main vehicle to promote reforms in Ukraine. And I think that's the right approach, basically, but reconstruction will only start in a serious way when the war is in some sense over. Maybe it will never be completely over, but otherwise you can forget it. And so Moldova is in a way more interesting because you could have an enlargement process regarding Moldova, but that will be very much along the lines of the Western Balkans approach. I think there will be not much interest in doing something fundamentally different. And I think the point of the paper that was published yesterday was to remind the EU that the Western Balkans is still there. The risk that the war in the East will distract attention and resources from the Western Balkans is big and is huge. And I also am even more worried about the collateral damage of the war on Europe, because we're going to have maybe another financial crisis, we're going to have huge issues with inflation, with energy, etc. So the EU will be very much absorbed by its own very direct concerns, and therefore it is very, very important to remind them that this remains a very important issue that has to be addressed in some way. But if it's addressed in a totally fake way, like the North Macedonian solution, that would be totally counterproductive and really sad.
You pass the mic, please, to Nicola. After that, Amanda. After that, Ioannis.
I have to choose which points I will make,
Yeah.
because we opened up 2 minutes as even, or one. First of all, to add to what Srdjan said, this new French proposal, which ironically is in direct collision with one paragraph of the new methodology that was initiated by the same country, France, that, and I was trying to find it to read it, but paraphrasing, bilateral disputes, bilateral issues will not take hostage the enlargement process. This is a principle of the new methodology. But this current proposal, shared with member states yesterday afternoon as we were here speaking, essentially puts bilateral demands not only in the negotiating framework, making it part of the IGCs, the negotiating process, but in the fundamentals cluster, next to rule of law, media freedom, fight against corruption and organized crime. So we're going to have a roadmap on rule of law and independence of the judiciary, and we're going to have a bilateral roadmap and action plan giving that will be monitored and reported upon by the Commission. And this roadmap includes discussions on history by historians, school books, identity issues, etc., monuments in the Second World War after the. So we have bilateralization of the heart of the accession process, the fundamentals cluster, which opens first, closes last, and dictates the dynamic of the whole process. So this is a mine, and it totally undermines the drive for more merit and more Copenhagen criteria at a time where we need that. It undermines the EU. It goes against the position of so many member states who have consistently said no. Ursula von der Leyen personally told me once in Skopje that this will be a Pandora's box. And it creates precedents that will be extremely damaging for the process. For Bosnia and Herzegovina in the future, for Serbia, for Ukraine, you rightly mentioned, or the likes of Ukraine. So in this geopolitical rush for success, we want to give candidacy for Ukraine and Georgia, and Moldova, sorry, but we need some success in the Balkans. How do we create this success? Well, maybe even we can fake it. And this is, I think, what's wrong with the EU today. That we are not really thinking things through, that we often undermine and compromise with principles, and we end up with a situation where one problem it will really be ironic, and I'm going to quote you your mission on that the Bulgarian will accidentally save enlargement. They take this proposal down because the government in Skopje, I'm afraid to say, but I'm no longer a diplomat, so I can speak my mind, is too desperate to call a spade, that this is fake. They need this political success at home. But further down the road, this will be an agony, and it even more undermine Macedonian-Bulgarian friendship, because you cannot create this genuine reconciliation and closeness and friendship if it's blackmail, if it's under pressure. And so this hijacks the accession process for all the wrong reasons. I better stop here.
Nicole, if you can give the microphone back to Amanda over there.
Hi, thank you all for a great panel. Is this on? I just wanted to move over to Moldova because we haven't discussed it quite a lot, and what candidate status means for the 5+2, and maybe Oana as well can jump in here, but I really don't see where the 5+2 negotiations can go right now, given the war in Ukraine. The EU is an observer. Does it have to take more active role? Should Romania join the 5+2? Will that help? And Russia are both the mediators in this. Should there be a focus now in Moldova actually coming to some sort of solution to the Transnistrian issue? We all know that Tiraspol quite likes the current setup, you know, especially since the association agreement. I think it's around 60-something% of their exports are going to the European Union, while only maybe less than 20%, off the top of my head, is going to Russia. So as well, many Transnistrians have Moldovan passports, Romanian passports, Russian passports, Transnistrian passports, so they like the current setup. We've seen subtle pushback from Tiraspol for Russia since the invasion. I'm not for a second saying they are anti what Russia has done, but their position has definitely been interesting. And I found it unusual following this week's announcement in Brussels that there wasn't more of a talk about the Transnistrian issue and the future of the 5+2. So I just really appreciate your thought on that, if possible.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. Just a brief sentence to you, to Anna over there. All of these countries, including Serbia, Ukraine, and Moldova, have unresolved territorial issues, or will have them. And it's always been said that this must be solved before they become members. And usually it's said at the end, this will have to be dealt with last. We can come back to that, but Ioannis is now.
Yeah. Quick reminder that Cyprus was not resolved before joining the EU.
Well, that's the lesson that the EU
yeah, but I mean, I agree, but for example, this is a good argument that will be used by countries that want to push Poland, Baltic states, want to push the accession, well, not immediate accession, but in the long run, of Ukraine and Moldova, and a country like Greece or Cyprus cannot say no because we did it before. But I wanted to mention 3 points. I have to say I'll follow along the lines of what Srdjan said. I agree a lot, of course. My research last year, as you remember, was on the same topic. But I have to say I'm very pessimistic. I think the genie is out of the bottle, or the proverbial Pandora's box is open, and we will be seeing increasingly the misuse of these kind of issues in the accession process. And I mean, I don't doubt that we may see conditionality around Oluya dressed in some EU jargon in the future from Croatia to Serbia, or all sorts of these kind of things. And I expect to see this, to be honest. Well, the structural asymmetry of power is there from the beginning, we know. I mean, my research was there, was about this last year. And I think what made the trick is a couple of important developments in recent years. One was the weakening of the overall EU perspective of candidate states. So it becomes more difficult, therefore smaller countries or weaker countries diplomatically in the EU have the ability to use their power. And also the fact that they have invested, Greece, Bulgaria and others are investing a lot of diplomatic capital, and they're breaking taboos in the process. And I think Greece did it, and Bulgaria went even further with this. And I think I agree with what Nicola says. Greece, of course, misused the conditionality principle for an issue that was not part of the Copenhagen criteria, but at least because of the Prespa agreement, there were inbuilt incentives for both sides. What we will probably see now in the case of Bulgaria is actually quite the opposite. A lot of disincentives for Bulgaria, or rather for North Macedonia, because the way that this will be structured in the negotiating framework will make things very, very complicated for them. So I don't expect that this will change in the future. I think we will see definitely more of that, and Bulgaria is doing a lot in that direction. And this, I think, and that's my second point, this is where we see a big change in the conditionality in the accession process and the function of the accession process when it comes to bring in about democratic change, in comparison to what we saw in the 1990s and the NOTS, or whatever it's called. Because you remember back then we were discussing the questions of minority questions of the Baltic states and others. It was the Hungarian question. And the EU accession process was a guarantee for the Europeanization of the human rights regime in many countries. So it was a guarantee that as these countries approximate the EU or enter the EU, then that was a guarantee that rights would be protected. But what we see in recent years, we saw again with Bulgaria, is that the accession process has become a guarantee for the de-Europeanization of human rights regime. Like, for example, when Bulgaria says you have to commit that you will not raise a Macedonian minority question. That's totally de-Europeanizing human rights. I mean, how can you commit that some people cannot claim their minority rights if they feel a minority? So this is where it becomes very tricky and very complicated, because conditionalities and all the Copenhagen criteria are supposed to make the countries more democratic, and I'm not sure this is the case anymore. And final point, this is where it becomes, I think the whole process is very hypocritical and very cynical by everybody, not only the countries that are using this asymmetrical power that they hold. Because all these identity questions around the Prespa agreement or relations with Bulgaria, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, because they are identity questions, they are more visible. But you have all sorts of misuses of conditionality by other countries, but and simply because they're not identity issues, they're not very visible. For example, in the conditions that Albania has to fulfill to start accession negotiations, these 14 conditions, there's a lot of inbuilt in these 14 conditions micro-interest by member states that maybe should not have been there. I mean, they are dressed as rule of law issues, but they shouldn't have blocked. They're not as big, as important in order to block a country from starting accession negotiations. For example, the asylum problem. So Germany says you have to resolve the asylum problem. It's not a big problem for a country not to start accession negotiations. Or Greece has included there, you probably don't know because it's not written like that, the question of the property of the Greek minority. But it's dressed in in a rule of law jargon. It's become a rule of law conditionality, and it's blocking and delaying the process again and again. And this is a practice now used by all member states. It's only that some countries are making hardcore diplomatic moves, like Bulgaria or Greece before, and they are using identity questions, which make things even more complicated and visible. So overall, I would say I'm very pessimistic. We are entering an era where future membership will become more and more difficult, and this kind of micro blackmails, micro obstacles, and micro, blackmails at the end of the day will become even more salient, and probably they will block some countries from ever entering the EU.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to reinforce what Ioannis was just saying, and I think that prefaces a little bit this afternoon's session, and it tells us, the EU apparent proposal for North Macedonia is telling us a lot about the way the EU understands its role now in the world when faced with significant crisis. And that is, indeed, remember when we were writing our paper, and we were insisting initially that the EU should grasp the political dimension of what's happening. And I'm afraid that, that is the one thing they did grasp, but the reaction, instead of being, we need to act boldly and look at the power that we can have if we act resolutely as we did during the first days of the conflict, when confronted with a long-term challenge where you need to negotiate internally, domestically, when you need to negotiate with all the other members, to me it's clear the EU policy from now on is going to be picking and choosing and sort of, for the French, it's important now to be seen as the ones who have revived and relaunched the process after killing it. They will take any concession to do that. So now we have a revived enlargement process, which is what we were sort of calling for when we were writing the paper. We just didn't think, I guess, that we would have a revived process that's increasingly an empty shell. And if I had doubts until now that this political community would be something that comes instead of enlargement, irrespective of Macron's statements and even his perhaps good intentions in that regard, I am persuaded now that it is going to be something that's going to function instead of enlargement, because it's going to be much easier to come to an agreement among the member states on sectorial issues and on strengthening cooperation with accession countries and with all neighbors on specific issues, rather than in a very institutionalized framework. So my take is we're going to see an enlargement process that's going to be gradually devoid of its main strengths. I think it would be very strange to see candidate countries invest a lot from now on in something where I believe they will see very little return on investment. So genuinely, I think the relationship between the EU and its vicinity is gradually turning into one of just, very similar to what the UK and Norway and all the other states are going to have, which is we're going to cooperate on some things. We will be obviously dependent on the EU market in many ways, but we're not going to be able to influence decisions. We're not going to cooperate on many other issues. And more importantly, we are not going to take steps further down the path of integration. I think we're just going to go in parallel. So the way I see the EU and the vicinity, pessimistically perhaps, is where cooperation might increase, but institutionalization and integration are not necessarily going to make a lot of headway. Just very briefly, when it comes to Amanda's comments, I think Transnistria is completely irrelevant at this point for the EU decision on Moldova. For the 5+2 format, the the main concern is Russia and Ukraine cannot be sitting around the same table. So that's, let alone anybody else. We have Russia and Ukraine that are not going to be able to be sitting together around the same table. But this is going to be pushed somewhere down the line, in an indefinite future that nobody wants to worry about.
Anyone else want to comment? If not,
I think we should do a second video with the same people saying the truth.
Without the enthusiasm.
we'll come back in 12 months. Okay, so back to the panel for your final thoughts. Take a few minutes each.
Yeah, I think we have exhausted all of it. I really don't know what to conclude on this. When we started drafting, we have realized that much of the instruments, okay, not even much, like huge percentage of the instruments and what we are proposing is already there. Just someone needs to, really go deep into it and start working. I remember when Croatia needed to enter the European Union. As I was researching how the EU acted back then, the EU ambassador in Zagreb will call all the EU ambassadors, and then on Monday to have kind of a staff meeting, and each and every one of them will pick an institution and a policy that they want to push forward, and then they will reconvene each and every Monday. And of course, with enthusiasm like that and political will to push a country forward, of course they delivered. And they delivered for that time, we said is the longest one, but when we compare it to the enlargement processes now, so Montenegro is 10 years, half of it is done, another half to go, and Croatia negotiated for 6 years. That now, from this perspective, looks very quick. So what we need is a political will. And if this war hopefully will change a little bit, is a more stronger push by Central and Eastern European countries, because also for their primary interest in Ukraine and Moldova, to be much more bolder in the discussion with Western European countries. That will be like, let's say, a desirable effect of this. If it's going to happen, I don't know. But I think the time has come to also, for example, for Poland to do it, to play its role now once the UK is out.
Srdjan?
Yeah, so I'm sorry Tim is not in, but my concluding remarks are in effect an answer to his question over, his comment of what countries get, which kind of support that they get from the EU if they do introduce sanctions towards Russia. Oh, good, Tim is back. So basically, I think one of the 6 fixes that we propose, forwarding the structural funds, so the funds reserved for EU member states to the candidate countries in the Western Balkans, could be a direct answer to that question. I'll give you some numbers, and I will conclude with that. So the amount of money that Croatia, a country of approximately 4 million max inhabitants, there is much less in the country, gets from the EU. So the amount that the average Croatian gets from the EU with respect to the amount that the average citizens of the 6 Western Balkan states or Turkey gets to the EU is 25 times higher, just because these countries don't have access to structural funds. And to illustrate that on an example of raspberries, for example. So raspberries bring annually to Serbia about 350 million euros, or that's the turnover, even more. So that's how many times more than the mining rent that Serbia would get on a yearly basis from Rio Tinto if they do get to exploit the lithium mine. That's 13 million euros. It's peanuts, it's nothing. So this is what Serbia gets from the Roseberries trade. If we had access to the PAC, and by the way, Poland has overtook Serbia, and it's now the third leading world producer of raspberries just because it has access to structural funds. Raspberries, yes, thanks you. So can you imagine if we had access to these funds, what would be our annual turnover? So this could compensate by far, you know, what the Serbia's gas provision for heating is 9.6% of the households. That's the reality. 9.6. So we will not be cold in the winter if we introduce sanctions to Russia. That's the point. Yeah. That work on gas, right? But yeah, but
Piotr. We'll get there. Piotr, your few thoughts.
Yeah, just two final remarks on responding to Tim, because I think it's perhaps not a very fundamental question about what kind of status, candidate status Ukraine and Moldova would get, but it's I think still quite interesting, because I think my understanding is that this candidate status which the Commission has just proposed is something more than Bosnia got. It's not actually conditional, because it's the candidate status will be granted upon the understanding that that Ukraine will and Moldova will introduce some reforms. But this is just it's not any kind of commitment, it's not a condition, it's just a political kind of declaration. And Bosnia has clear conditions to become a full candidate country. In practice, it doesn't mean anything, because what really matters is the opening of the accession negotiations. And in both cases, there will be a formal decision by the Council to do that. So whether you are a potential candidate country or a full candidate country, it doesn't basically. Yes, and that's exactly. And so politically, symbolically, it matters, and this is what the Austrians, for example, criticize, and also, and I'm very curious how Austria will behave. Maybe Stefan knows that at the European Council, because basically Nehammer said that unless we grant the full candidate status to Bosnia, it doesn't make sense or it would be illegitimate, or it would be unwise to grant the status to Moldova and Ukraine, because it is exactly like how you framed it, queue jumping, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I know. I mean, this is exactly what I said. I mean, this is so. There is only an expectation that Ukraine will do something, but okay, well, you are already candidates, and Bosnia, no, you were not candidate at the moment until you have introduced reform. So that's politically, of course, this is, and I think this is the reason also for kind of a frustration, maybe, perhaps not only in Bosnia, but in other West Balkan countries, that kind of Ukraine and Moldova receive some unfair treatment. I mean, that they are not fulfilling the kind of political requirements, they are still granted the candidate status. So we will see what happens at the European Council. But I think on the final note, I think I kind of share this the pessimism, of course, but I think I'm not. I talked about our proposal, which is perhaps like many proposals floating around. This is partly wishful thinking, but still I think that this is probably we will never have a better opportunity to revive the enlargement policy, and we basically need to do best out of it. And this is so. I would see this very unfortunate situation in Ukraine actually an opportunity also for the Western Balkans. Even if I understand that there is this feeling that is diverting attention from the Western Balkans, but really there is absolutely, I think it's pretty clear, there is absolutely no enthusiasm about Ukraine's accession to the EU. I mean, it would be also completely false to portray the situation in the way that now everybody's forgetting about the Western Balkans and everybody's so enthusiastic about the Ukraine. It's actually everybody's very perplexed and very kind of confused what to do. So Scholz, Macron, and Draghi traveling to Kiev, they were not driven by enthusiasm, but they were driven by kind of what Stefan said, you know, the understanding that perhaps it's unwise not to do that, but they actually genuinely, they are certainly all of them extremely skeptical. So my point is, of course, the best outcome would be to revive the enlargement process completely and make it meaningful and so on and so forth. But it's simply unrealistic. So that's why we need to formulate some intermediate goals. And this is what we are trying also a little bit with the proposal, what you are trying with the letter. It's saying, you know, how to move things forward and achieve some meaningful, tangible results, which would kind of restore the faith in the European integration process in the Western Balkans and Ukraine and Moldova, and to make sure that these regions do not drift away. So I think that's the... We need to be very, very realistic and try not to perhaps to achieve the maximum, but something which could be meaningful also short term.
Thank you, Piotr. A few thoughts from myself on the discussion and on this situation. I think we're all, which is very good, we're realistic about the situation and not starry-eyed. And to quote Oscar Wilde, we're all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. I think that's basically where we are, and that's why I think a proposal like yours is important. You know, we need to be thinking ahead in spite everything that is going on. And you know, I'm not saying at all that we are cynical, but cynicism is one of the most poisonous things that happens, and a lot of people are cynical about this and say, well, look at the hypocrisy, look at the double standards, look at the, you know, micro conditionalities, the blackmail, you know, let's all go home and go to bed and forget about it. No, we are a group that doesn't go to bed over the first obstacle or the highest obstacle, but we're here for the long haul and understand that, you know, we need to help each other in this. On the example of Montenegro, which we all invoke, 10 years, and this is a point I want to make clearly, and that we all understand and know, it behooves our countries to do 90% of the work, or 80%, and the other 20%, extremely important, from the European Union. Let's face it, Montenegro just recently, the new government, put in jail the president of the Supreme Court of the country that allowed her son to do cocaine, to do cigarette smuggling. She was in office for 15 years. She was Djukanovic's main person. We know why Montenegro hasn't advanced, because it was a corrupt country, or like many of our countries, and I'm not singling it out, I'm just saying why the process was. And that's where you're right to invoke the Croatia example. In the end, the Prime Minister Sanader had to be put in jail. I mean, that was the last thing, and people really focused. The Croats were doing their part of the democratic reform. The EU was pushing and helping. So it did require the tango of the two. But unless there's unity of purpose in the country, and I'm talking about my country, Serbia, why haven't we advanced? Because there hasn't been democratic reform. Vučić has anesthetized, to put it gently, the democratic institutions. There is no separation of power. There's control over the state-run national media. That's why we have not advanced. And the European Union has been benevolent in opening clusters that we're saying for all of the countries. Support the people who are pro-Europeans, because opening clusters gives hope to those inside and to those in society that there is a goal forward. And of course, to state the obvious, Russia will continue to undermine, be the spoiler, and to show the weakness of the EU. And to go back to the original intent, and Oana reminded us, we wanted a political decision, a political message for the European Union to be political in this moment, and thank God they are by giving Ukraine and Moldova candidacy. We've discussed all the ramifications of that, but without giving that candidacy, I think it would have been a humongous failure on the part of the EU. Yes, it has costs, but thank God, you know, the way has been shown. And I will finish by repeating once again, had Romania and Bulgaria not been given membership in 2007, let's try and imagine the geopolitical situation of the eastern flank of the EU and NATO. Were they ready? Of course they weren't ready. Are there still problems? Huge problems, but it's better that they're inside the tent, and I won't say the following, than being outside of the tent. So I think we need to be thinking, how do we bring, and that's the 6 fixes, how do we get close to the tent, into the door of the tent, but not fully at the back of the tent. Thank you very much. Also, before we say thank you to Zoran, Srdjan, and Piotr, I would like us to be here promptly at 2:30 for the final panel, and we just saw Boris and Andreas have arrived, so let's go and have a nice lunch at Eddie's place, and thank you for a great panel. live and online through the internet globally. So, as I like to say, we're being watched in Shanghai and Phnom Penh at late afternoon there, probably. But very warm welcome to all of you, and especially to Andreas Streichel and Boris Marte, who have joined us for the rest of the day and tomorrow morning. Very grateful that you're here with us. This is the last panel of the annual meeting of fellows in Cres. We shuffled around the program so that we could have this during the afternoon. I won't dwell on the rest of the program, which you know, because we are in a hurry, because Rosa has to leave at around 3:20 or 25 if we stretch it. Isabel's saying no. Okay. The last presentation is from Wojciech Przybylski, from Visegrad 4 and from Respublika Insight, well, Visegrad 4 Insight and Respublika from Warsaw, and it will be about the EU's role in the world from peace project to strategic autonomy. And to comment, we have Rosa Balfour, Director of Carnegie Europe, and Stefan Lehne, who, as he likes to say, is working for Rosa. Wojciech, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. So obviously, I will be very brief, and actually will go to the heart of the question. I'll be brief and go to the heart of the question about the peace project and strategic autonomy. Although for the past 9 months, just to account for what I've been doing during the fellowship, we've been having a number of workshops, pandemic, online, but also in person, with lots of civil society leaders asking the questions on the, basically we did a strategic foresight exercise with them to bring about and bring in the voices from Central Europe on the future of Europe. But that, if we have time in the discussion, I'm happy to share draft scenarios that emerge from that and to have a discussion, but now straight to the point. So the first part of the question here is the peace project, and I put it a question mark. Was European Union ever a peace project? So many people say there's, basically a peace prize for European Union. But then there are arguments why it is not, and I think it's worth considering those to have the discussion more spiced up. I'm going to use Spiros Economides from LSE as a context, his points on why we are all wrong about the peace project and European Union self-perception is all wrong. So where are the foundations of the EU? Was it born out of necessity of peace? Well, no, peace was already there. It was, he says, more of a security community, and there was an arrangement between France and Germany that was interest-driven, not norms and values-driven, that panned out for everyone else in terms of peace. European Union is also not significantly different from other international actors. European Union is a foreign policy actor. It doesn't project so much normative power as it is going about its own interests. The last time there was something about norms and values, we have this conditionality. We now speak of conditionality. But if it's about norms and values, if you think of Europe as really having a soft power and foreign policy, power of attraction, you wouldn't introduce all this conditionality mechanism that way, especially towards Eastern European countries. So it is doing what other foreign policy actors are doing. This is not, again, some sort of normative power. Transformative power, whether EU transforms neighborhood, really. I mean, we look at the Western Balkans and we say, well, not really. There is not so much interest in transforming and introducing the reforms. Whatever reforms are taking place in countries of the neighborhood, they're taking primarily for their own interests and our own security interests, quite so. Perhaps that's why we see more progress recently in Eastern Europe. And what has been bringing, that's the fourth point, Europe altogether? I mean, what was bringing and motivating the integration of Europe? External challenges, Yugoslav wars, Russia, recently China. This is what we've been discussing for the last 3 days. And finally, he proposes that instead of talking, and I think this is a direct challenge to how Ivan Krastev has been forming the Party of Peace versus Party of Justice, he says, let's drop discussing values in this context. Let's talk really about interest. And peace, in my opinion, can be a real interest, but it's not about peace itself, it's about security. If the Europeans and European nations may find an interest in security, of course, peace is the best vehicle for security. But that peace cannot be built in a way that undermines long-term peace. So I think these are a couple of points to think through Europe as a peace project. Perhaps I would be inclined to say he's right on many occasions here, to say that Europe has never been a peace project. It was something else. But has it been a strategic, has it been a project about strategic autonomy? Perhaps, and just for a matter for this discussion, let's consider a couple of reasons why it has been building strategic autonomy before it was called strategic autonomy. So it has started to build, European Union has started to build, for instance, energy packages. If you remember 24th February this year, that was not only the moment when Russia attacked Ukraine. This was the moment when Russia electric grid has been switched off from Russia and plugged in a test mode to the European Union electric grid. It was meant to last just for three days, but as missiles started to fly, they sped up a process that usually takes a couple of years, and they made it a permanent arrangement in the electricity grids, transferring electricity back and forth from Ukraine to Europe and from Ukraine initially from Europe to Ukraine initially, and now also from Ukraine to Central European countries. It's basically electric power from nuclear power plants in Ukraine are being offered on the market for several countries in Central Eastern Europe. This is something completely new, but of course energy packages concerns earlier gas and the arrangements that were byproducts of 2008 crisis when Russia was switching them off. There is another consideration, EU Brexit negotiations. I guess even Britain was assuming that it will be disunity of European Union, allowing Britain to negotiate a fair, better deal than they had. And to the surprise of all, I think, Europe kept its positions together. It was a display of force, autonomy, if someone would like to say. Vaccine, no matter how we think the performance was there, Europe never did that, and it did provide common response into the pandemic through new mechanisms of building up security, for which several of the EU member states would not be able to secure their own vaccines, the smaller ones or less effective ones. EU borrowing, that started. That's a completely, and the next generation funds, that's a display of autonomy. Strategic compass now adopted some wording that is quite bold, and when we are thinking about strategy, it names the strategic problem number one, from Polish perspective, quite obvious, but now Russia is at the heart of the considerations how Europe should make itself more secure. Arms funding, we're reaching 2 billion euro. Europe is funding arms delivery to Ukraine. 6 packages of sanctions in 6 weeks or so. I mean, I might be wrong on timing, but never in history sanctions were agreed so fast. And now we have EU Commission proposal to be confirmed on the candidate status for Ukraine and Moldova. On what grounds? Essentially on grounds, again, like in the strategic compass, on the grounds of a direct threat. We single out one most important reason when you need to build strategy, you need to shut your eyes on some of the less important considerations, and you make a strategic move towards opening doors for new member states. So I think for these reasons we can speak that of strategic autonomy that is there, and without even calling it by that name, the name itself is problematic, and especially in Central Eastern Europe, we can speak and be quite bold about Europe becoming autonomous in many ways that were unstrategic, in many ways that was earlier unexpected. So I'll stop here just because of, I mean, I would love to raise some other points, but I think this is just good to start.
Thank you very much, Wojciech, and for the succinct but very substantive overview. My only sentence will be Europe is not only a peace project, but it is also a peace project. Rosa.
Well, thank you very much. This is great, and it's such a breath of fresh air to have an insight and a sort of critique of strategic autonomy, which is different from what I'm used to. Because in Brussels, the debate is quite different, actually. It's very much seen, it's very much tied to security only. And indeed, I mean, the word itself comes from security, and it's very much tied to, it's seen in binary terms. More European strategic autonomy means less NATO and less of the relationship with the United States. And in this sense, the debate has become, I think, quite stale. But I do think the US, and you didn't mention Trump, but the US does play a part in this. So I'm going to say something about the sort of international dimension, and then maybe something about Europe and the sort of how to interpret all the issues that you raised, energy, Brexit, vaccines, next generation EU, strategic compass, etc., and whether this is a historical moment of change or not. And I think that perhaps can kickstart the discussion. So the first point about, oh no, sorry, there's one more point I want to make, and I'll start from there. So strategic autonomy comes from the security domain, is very present in all the sort of debates around foreign policy, foreign and security policy, NATO, and we're going to have a double whammy at the end of this in a couple of weeks. We'll have the European Council decision on enlargement at the summit, and then a few days later we'll have a NATO summit, a new strategic compass, new strategic concept from NATO, and maybe an agreement to enlarge to Finland and Sweden. That depends on Turkey. But strategic autonomy, I think, has taken on a much wider understanding, and actually your points suggest this. It's not just about foreign and security policy, it's actually about Europe's ability to use its arsenal, its toolbox, to leverage its own international role. So it's about Europe's geoeconomic ability, so the ability to use its economic power in geopolitical terms. And I think this is where we're actually seeing big shifts. I actually personally think it's probably one of the most interesting developments. Europe is testing it through the war. It's actually developing a sort of wartime economic statecraft, which will be there to stay. And it poses, it means that we need to look at what Europe does in different terms. It means that Europe's industrial policy, which so far has been a matter of internal EU concern, actually has global ramifications. It means that Europe's competition policy also has global ramifications, potentially even the euro. I mean, this conversation, from my point of view, started in the EU in 2019 when the Commission put out a communication on the international role of the euro. This is not areas it's not my field of competence, so I won't say anything more, but I think that's when this process of looking at Europe's economic tools started to be politicized. And there are implications of this. It means that the EU is potentially abandoning, and you or Spiros, whom I studied with, by the way, ages ago, it means that if we accept that Europe was a normative power, it's potentially abandoning that course if we accept it. You seem to be endorsing the notion that actually it never really was. I partially agree with you, but I won't go down that path right now. It means that many of the principles through which the EU created the single market, creating a level field for European economies, for commerce within the EU, it means that those, if you're going to, and so far Europe's foreign economic policy was about projecting those values through regulation externally. If you're going to politicize those tools, you're actually diverging from that path. So I think there are some ethical challenges, as well as some normative challenges, as well as some practical challenges, which concern how do you, translate Europe's economic power into foreign policy. But I agree with you, the Brexit, I think, was definitely a defining moment, and it was also where we saw the EU being able to act as an actor, as a state-like actor, to protect single market and the sovereignty of the member states. So, we can place that very much in the realist camp from where I think Spiros is coming. So, first point is, it's not just about strategic autonomy in the foreign and security field, but it's actually Europe transforming into a geo-economic actor where it actually has real power and can actually use that. The second point is that if this is the, I essentially think the debate about strategic autonomy is essentially about managing Europe's relative decline. So the question is, do we want to do this alone, or do we want to do this with others? I think that, for me, that's where the US piece comes in. And of course, everyone in European capitals, the political leadership, Stefan, believe that Trump, or a Trump-like figure, will be the next president of the United States. Am I right, Stefan? You believe that, exactly. I think Americans are less, I was in the US recently, and I think they're less convinced by this. But I think, it's very much on everybody's minds that the window of opportunity to carry something out, which is meaningful in the context of the transatlantic relationship, is actually quite narrow. It's only has a couple of years time frame. But I think Europeans and Americans are working quite hard. And I remember before Biden was elected, the whole transatlantic conversation was about, let's get Biden in, and then we have to fireproof the relationship from another Trump. And I think that is actually what is trying to be achieved through the Transatlantic Trade and Technology Council, and looking at where those core values are. I also think that on many issues which pertain to Europe's economic statecraft, where there are huge divergences with the US, think of, the EU is a regulatory machine, the US is a market-driven machine, private sector-driven, etc. So they're quite big gaps, but I think those gaps are less wide than the gaps with China, with Russia, etc. So I think there's space to work together. I also think the debate in the US is changing a little bit, especially with respect to big tech. But yes, the question of whether managing Europe's relative decline is done in a transatlantic context or not, I think that is a big question, and I think Europe needs to be nimble enough to be able to operate regardless of what happens in the United States, but work very hard on keeping those key principles that will be key for the global governance, the emerging global governance, whatever that may be, after the war. I did have a third point, but I can't remember what it was. Hold on a second. No, I can't remember what it was, actually. So shall I just leave it there and then maybe come back to it if it comes back to my mind?
Thank you very much. I've been on many panels together with Rosa, and it's always very nice, but it's also terrible, because Rosa always speaks first, and since we totally agree, it's nothing much left to say. No, but I will focus basically on the implications of the Russian invasion on Ukraine, on the concept of strategic autonomy. But first, I can't resist giving you 3 short quotes from the 3 big strategic papers of the EU done in the last 20 years. The first one was Solana's security strategy of 2003, which starts with the wonderful sentence, "Europe has never been so prosperous, so secure, nor so free. The violence of the first half of the 20th century has given way to a period of peace and stability unprecedented in Europe's history." It was glorious to be alive at that time. The second one was Mogherini's global strategy. It starts with the words, "We need a stronger Europe. This is what our citizens deserve. This is what the wider world expects. We live in times of existential threats within and beyond the European Union. Our union is under threat. Our European project is being questioned." That's very interesting because, of course, the picture is much, much darker, but the emphasis is on internal threats. You know, this was 2016, this was after the migration crisis with the populist movements coming up everywhere, Brexit referendum going on. So this was the primary concern. And the final quote is from the Strategic Compass of March 2022. "The return of war in Europe with Russia's unjustified and unprovoked aggression against Ukraine, as well as major geopolitical shifts, are challenging our ability to promote our vision and defend our interests." So this time, the threat is clearly external. It's no longer this kind of existential threat, but it's a big problem outside. Now, I think this reflects this fundamental change that from a position where we thought we could remake the world in our own image, we moved to a situation where we have to protect Europe from being changed by the turmoil outside. And the strategic autonomy is basically the concept to deal with this challenge. And it has first been mentioned in the EU document, I think in 2013, but became much more relevant once Macron came into power. He prefers talking about European sovereignty, but he means exactly the same thing. And the concept has been sort of controversial from the very beginning for 2 reasons. One is it came from the French, and with the French there's a huge suspicion all over Europe always. When they say Europe, they mean France, right? And so the willingness to go along with this concept was very limited. And the second is that the emphasis initially, as Rosa pointed out, was very much in the military field, and you had a massive pushback from the Baltic states and Poland who really see that the US is indispensable for European security. And now, interesting that the Ukraine war, I think, has changed this quite fundamentally. I think it, in a way, massively reduced the military dimension. And this is already very clear if you look at the strategic compass, because the word strategic autonomy is mentioned just once in 50 pages, right? And there has been a demand early on that we have to clarify the mutual defense clause of the European Union. It's absolutely not happened. Instead, the compass emphasizes the primary role of NATO in defending Europe. And the second development, of course, is the Swedish and Finnish application to join NATO, which means that there are just 4 islands left in the EU that are not part of NATO. It's Ireland, it's Cyprus, it's Malta, and the self-appointed island, which is Austria. So, and that means, of course, defense as such is at the moment not a big issue anymore. I think this can change rapidly. I also said that I believed in the comeback of Donald Trump. I'm not so sure. I think this one risk is that there will be a very tough America first type candidate winning who doesn't want to defend Europe, basically. But the bigger risk probably is that you have a so polarized situation that you might not have an accepted outcome of an election. You might have months and months and maybe years where the US could be totally absorbed by its internal politics, internal turmoil. And that, of course, would galvanize, of course, the EU's need to find a common military answer to the threat that will definitely not go away. In terms of foreign policy, I'm deeply skeptical, and I think Rosa shares my skepticism. What we have is sort of a weird, dysfunctional directorate of the big countries. You saw that very much in the train ride to the Ukraine. And you have a number of other countries who are sort of spoilers. In the Ukraine case, very much it has been Hungary, blocking things to satisfy external sponsors or to do a sort of ideological fights. And then you have an opportunity sometimes for countries that get their act together, like the Baltics and Poland, to have an important input into policy making, but frequently this doesn't happen. And I don't think foreign policy will really develop in a very positive way. But as Rosa says, the real dimension of strategic autonomy today is economic. I think all of our policies, trade, competition policy, industrial policy, research policy, etc., were developed in a very benign environment. It was basically the fundamental assumption was that these are win-win games. You will gain, but also our partners will gain. And this has changed. We're in an age of the weaponization of everything, basically. And all these policies have to be rethought in terms of making them more robust and adjusting them to this new situation. And I think this is fortunately already underway. It's a question of making sure that our supply lines are robust and more differentiated, that we focus on key strategic capacities where we are weak, batteries and the cyber is key points, that we become more robust against foreign coercion, secondary sanctions. The Commission is working very hard on this. And also, as Rosa said, we can't do it alone. We need external partners for that. And I think this emphasis on economic resilience, there are big risks involved in that. The one risk is that it will sort of, in a way, change the power structures within Europe. There is a fear, particularly with small countries, that big countries will gain from that. Industrial policy will benefit big companies in big countries. So there is sort of resistance on that. And the second problem is that there is a very fine line between protecting your interest and protectionism. I think there's a big risk that the EU will become increasingly protectionist. So I think the basic course of action that is now, I think, the big strategic policy for the next years is correct, but we have to find the right balance between protecting our interest at the same time engaging with others, integrating even in some fields with others, and making sure that we, in a way, also defend the remnants of a multilateral order that is still existing.
Rosa, you have to leave in 1 minute and 30 seconds, so if you want to say the third thing.
No, well, no, it's actually, it was, what type of moment is this? And I think Stefan summarized it very well. I think just two things. Actually, I will quote. Don't steal it, though, because I want to use it. I've got Jean Monnet. You know how one of the most quoted quotes from Jean Monnet is about how Europe was forged in crisis. And then, you know, we've been looking at Europe for the past 15 years, moved from crisis to crisis, and not much ever happened. There was no transformative moment. Maybe we are there, and it's a combination of war and a pandemic, which has led us to that. But there's the unfinished business. That was the cause of the crises. That was the underlying motif beneath the crises. And, you know, these problems have been brushed under the carpet. The EU has not wanted to address them. And then, of course, you know, where will this go? And I agree very much with Stefan. I mean, the foreign policy system is dysfunctional. But on the economic front, we can see a lot more. But we also need to watch out for, you know, how will Europe reshape globalization as we know it? What role will it play in the big international organizations, WTO, etc.? So those are all the spaces that we need to look for. I'm going to end, you know, so I quoted Jean Monnet, Europe's forged in crisis, and how it didn't really happen. But by the way, if you take the Schuman Declaration, he does talk about Europe making war impossible. And that was, in that sense, Europe is a peace project. It was in the minds of the founding fathers. But I think there's a much better quotation from Jean Monnet, and it is, war is in men's minds. Consider this was, you know, back in the 50s. War is in men's minds, and it must be opposed by imagination. And I think the imagination bit is what we need to see. We've got the tools, there are the ideas, not much political will, but, you know, it can be mastered, but the imagination, I think, is what we can help create in these types of formats. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Rosa. Bon voyage.
Thank you.
And, see you very soon. Okay, the floor is now open, and I see Piotr Buras. And we're all waiting to our dear colleague.
Thank you for this very interesting discussion, and I have one thought which I wanted to share, because I think what you have presented and what you have discussed basically boils down to a major, if not historical, transformation of, not just of the EU as an organization, but of the rationale of the European integration. Because I think, regardless of how we call the EU at its origins, peace project or norms-based project, whatever, I think the EU was originally a response to some internal European problems. So it was about reconciliation between France and Germany. It was about promoting prosperity in Europe, recovery, post-war recovery. It was about more cohesion, building up also social welfare state, and so on. And that was later on. It was about bringing two parts of Europe together in the post-Cold War era. So we benefited from that as Central Eastern Europe. It was about promoting economic convergence in Europe. So that was all about basically internal European stuff. And what we have now, you both and Rosa very clearly presented that the rationale of the European integration is about basically giving a response to external challenges. And so if you look at the major undertakings in the EU over the last years, you have European Green Deal, which is a response to the climate crisis. You have the migration crisis driving the European agenda. You have, of course, all these geopolitical challenges, Russia, China, and I agree, I think the geo-economic aspect of strategic autonomy is absolutely fundamental. This is probably the most important agenda in the EU at the moment. All these measures, foreign direct investment screening and many others. I mean, these are extremely important issues. And this is, and I think, so this is something fundamental. What's happening? I would be even bolder, in the analysis than it came across from your presentation. That this is a fundamental change, and it has implications for the EU in many ways. Because as Stefan said, the EU was a force of, for example, of openness, of liberalization. It was about opening markets, about more freedom, more kind of openness. Now it's much more about protection, and whatever regardless of whether you see it negatively or positively, protectionism or protection, but it's about defending ourselves, especially against external challenges. And I think this is, in the last point on that, I think it's very interesting in the context of enlargement. Because the enlargement policy, and I think here we were talking about the Western Balkans and so on, it's somewhere in between. And this is, because this is actually a very European, it is very much about Europe, I mean internal European stuff, how to ensure our internal stability, how to, again, promote unity in Europe, convergence, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, this is also part of these geopolitical challenges. So this is for the new kind of EU identity. It is a test case, I would say. So how we go about these double challenge, both internal and geopolitical. So I think, but I think this is one could go could discuss many more aspects of that, but I think for me, it's pretty evident that this is really changing Europe and the European Union massively.
Yeah, just to play the devil's advocate and maybe piggyback on something that Piotr said about the external challenge being absolutely fundamental for strategic Europe. My question is whether strategic Europe is sustainable from the position of European democracies. Because put yourself in the shoes of Putin, right? I think his fundamental calculus, and which derives from his cynical disposition in general, that 6 months from now, consumers in Germany, Italy, and the rest will say basta, and we're not prepared to pay for this muscular foreign policy. I mean, it's all fine, but at the end of the day, what I care about is my gas bill. And the logic of democratic participation and accountability will essentially trump any ambitions to leverage your collective weight, even in the economy, not getting into defense, and Europe will throw in the towel. And it's very speculative. We don't know what's going to happen. It might not develop according to this scenario, or it might be something in between. But the fundamental question is, again, about this relationship between democracy and strategy, longer term. It's not specific to Europe. I mean, you have the same dilemma in the US as well. But where do you stand on this? And that's even before we get into the other question, which is, I mean, the crisis strengthens dependence on US security guarantees. I mean, we don't want to get there. But let's think about the whole democratic dimension to Europe at this stage.
Yeah, my question was originally aimed at Rosa, but you talked about it as well. So Rosa was talking about building a firewall until potentially a next populist president takes over power in the US. And, you know, I wonder if both of you maybe can ponder on the effects of that on, let's say, the strategic autonomy in the very, you know, heavy sense of the world, thinking about common foreign and security policy, you know, because we do remember the times, and I think Stefan remembers it very well, when we had the 2003 invasion of Iraq and another illegal invasion of a country, this time not by a dictator, but by our democratic ally, you know. So how are we likely to see another split of European solidarity in a similar scenario in the future, maybe?
Maybe answer these questions, and then we'll go for a second round.
Yeah. I don't know how to go about this question, which is important. Is EU, Piotr asked, is EU more about protection than openness? Because I mean, to my mind, it's intertwined. I mean, and it's not 100% openness, and it's not 100% protection. But I think it's that is the key question here about the future, this transformation moment of Europe. And for sure, if we abandon openness and the fundamental freedoms of the EU, that Europe stops being protective, or stops being seen as a protection also against its internal challenges from, by stronger players as perceived by weaker players. So, yeah, I don't think this is although it presents itself as the critical question, I don't think it's a dilemma we should even be posing or putting as a contradiction. At the same time, Europe is about openness and providing more vaccines, whatever, borrowing more money on the market. It seems to be acting to protect the openness, just to stop it at there. To Dino's question on democratic challenges or challenge to democracy when strategy is being, or European strategy is being concerned, that is also relating to Jan's question about firewall. I mean, ultimately it's about how much do we believe that Summit for Democracy effort is about not only a diplomatic cocktail party, but much more about rebuilding, rethinking strategies of all our departments, US departments, but also European thinking in terms of why do we even do it? And we do it because there is a strong belief in democratic openness, following on Piotr's question, and making sure the right people with the right set of values are in the driving seat as much as possible. Whether it will work, I don't know, hard to say, but it has worked over 4 years of Trump. US eventually has been resilient towards Trump's disruptive influence. And now Europe is doing a lot of cleaning in-house, and you can see that. I mean, from closing eyes and not doing anything on Hungary, Poland came very helpful, as in the, I think, international spokesperson of Mr. Orban said over dinner to my CEU friend. He's also an alumni of CEU, of course, Zoltan Kovac. He said Poland was bringing bad name to illiberalism, essentially exposing the malpractices. And I think because of how messy this process was in Poland, there was a wake-up also. I mean, for other considerations, Poland's strategic location was much more dangerous in the geography of things. But it was also so much more exposed, and that EU had to take action, and also had time to learn from that experience. So by now, I think EU is doing not enough, but much more to also build in the firewalls, internal firewalls, not to trade off democracy for whatever other considerations. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Thank you very much on what Piotr said about enlargement. Yeah, I think the EU was sort of invented as a counter concept to geopolitics, basically. The idea was we would merge sovereignties, basically exercise this together, and we wouldn't have to do geopolitics anymore. And for such a body, enlargement can be the only foreign policy, right? Because the only way to basically extend your influence in a way would be by taking other countries in. And this was fantastically successful over decades. But now we have a real dilemma in a way, because on the one hand, there are many other countries that want to come in, but on the other hand, the emphasis now is more on actorness, on unity, on protection against external threats. And there, of course, you lose cohesion, of course, with additional people in. Turkey cannot never come in if we want to have some kind of a common position towards the... So it's a real dilemma. The enlargement agenda is not finished, but the actorness, external relations agenda is just beginning, and there is a sort of contradiction between these two things. On what Dimitar said about the sort of democracy and the context of Ukraine, I already told some of you this story that I was sitting in a coffee house listening to the conversation of two gentlemen on the next table, and they complained very much about inflation, about the food costs, about energy, etc. And one turned to the other, why doesn't this bloody Zelensky finally capitulate, right? And my worry is that this mentality will become more and more prevalent in the months that come, because the collateral damage is getting much worse. There will be an economic crisis, and ultimately people will discover they don't care about Ukraine all that much, right? So this will require a huge amount of leadership by the governments to counteract this tendency. And the other thing, it will require a lot of US leadership to keep the governments online. And I think this is, again, the big problem is, Mr. Borrell said after the 24th of February, the geopolitical Europe was born in February 2022. It was the rebirth of the US protectorate, basically. So we will see how it turns out. The final question is what happens if the US goes rogue and occupies another country? Will this lead to a new split? I think the US is unlikely to be very aggressive in terms of its foreign policy, but I see one scenario very clearly which would put huge pressures on Europe. If the Chinese-US rivalry deteriorates and takes on a sort of a security dimension, and there is the question of sanctioning China, I think this will be extremely difficult for the EU to handle. I think we will be on the US camp in a way, but there will be dramatic resistance to do something that hurts us economically very seriously.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more point. We tend to put it in a very binary way, Europe and the US, but there is a new actor in terms of on this chessboard in between, in a way, that seems to be very important, which is Britain. Britain, no matter it is ruled by who it is ruled by, but its vital interest is in Central Europe, and it was one of the first responders all along the interests of security of the whole EU bloc. The whole development, as we see it, is re-engaging Britain in Europe's security as a Europe security provider from Central Eastern European perspective, at least. That has been, straightly. This is how it is perceived in the countries in the East. Also, through the engagement, like Germany, in the Eastern flank countries, in the Baltics. And there is a likelihood that at some point Brexit will also be reversed, new turn, bringing in the only other power within Europe so far able to project power and defend the whole Europe next to France, which is Britain.
Thank you. I have several questions. You've presented, Wojciech, the beginnings of the European Union, that is economic community and all that, as mainly an indigenous process. Where do you put the United States in that? Where do you put the German problem in that? Where do you put the coal and steel community in that? I made the point, nobody took it yesterday, that I do consider the European Union a Cold War product, and that part of its problems actually stem from the fact that it did not adjust itself to a post-Cold War world. Would you have anything to say about that? And thirdly, on this American thing, I mean, by the way, when the Rome Agreement, or Rome Treaty was signed, 85% of France's territories were in Africa. Congo was still a Belgian colony. So we really cannot speak in the way we would speak about democracy and stuff then, no? Therefore, I would reconsider, or I would reformulate your presentation of what led to the formation of the European Economic Community, and with what pretext, or with what causes, or with what goals. And finally, on the American thing, it does look highly likely that the Congress will be lost to the Democrats, whereas everybody expected the Republican Party to disintegrate. It is the Democratic Party that is disintegrating, which might make it very likely that a non-Trump Republican candidate may actually come back to power. And based on what I read, I'm not sure that this is necessarily a convincing argument on the part of those I do read, that there is within the Republican Party, which is the more hawkish party, at least in outward appearance, a growing streak of isolationism. And because they will also be catering more and more to Latinos, maybe they will not be as interested in Europe, let's say 5 to 10 years from now. Then what happens to your analysis?
Andreas,
I have a very simple question. Strategic economy. What is strategic autonomy? And you seem to be a little bit positive on the fact that we would be able to achieve it in Europe. It's the ability to act independently. That's the shortest description of strategic autonomy. For that, you need a tool set. The tool set, in the broadest sense, can consist of hard power or soft power, or any combination of that. But in one of those tool sets, you have to be a leader. Where do you believe that Europe could be a leader in during the next 10 years? And if we don't become a leader during the next 10 years, might it be too late?
Yeah, a few very short observations. One is, Piotr, you mentioned several times the convergence as a buzzword. I think if you recall the EU language terminology, they always speak of the buzzword is upward convergence. And not just convergence, military, industrial, political project, but it's upward convergence because it has the flavor of prosperity. You know, things progress, things become better. Now we may, for the first time, be in a situation where we are on the defensive. We have to protect what is to protect, you know, against decline, against decay. You mentioned, Dimitar and also Stefan mentioned this battle fatigue, which, you know, is going to be the I think, crucial problem for the next couple of months, especially when winter starts. And people will, the very moment they realize that this is, they will have to pay a price for their freedom, they may all of a sudden reframe what is going on in terms of a self-inflicted misery. Why to hell do we have to pay more than €2 per, you know, a liter of gasoline? I recall a couple of years ago when the Gilets jaunes movement started, the difference between what you paid for gasoline in Austria and in France, because it was in Avignon in this summer at the festival, and the French paid 1.55 per liter as against 1.19 in Austria. And this very different. And secondly, they paid for going from Paris to Paris-Plage, to Quai, Normandy, up there. One weekend, they paid the same amount of money than the Austrians pay for the highway pickle for the whole year. One weekend, a whole year, 1.19 as against 1.55, and this meant that the middle classes were affected very dramatically. Now we are in a totally different world. We are both in France and in Austria far above what 2 or 3 years ago happened. So I wonder whether what we already saw in the anti-vax movement, whether, you know, a populist revolt couldn't relatively easily be mobilized around this, what now is called, I think erroneously, peace camp. You know, the peace camp is against those belligerent champions of justice. The third thing is, en passant, Wojciech, I think you mentioned these 4 islands left in this European security architecture. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, Stefan. These 4 islands left, and actually of these 4 countries, 3 of them are islands, and there's one landlocked country island, and you guess who is this? So I think the free ride will also not be a productive perspective in this.
It's more like a question about whether there is a window, a narrow window, a narrow opening for optimism, in the sense that, well, I get everything that has been said, of course, and Stefan and what Dimo said about the public opinion, but if on balance things would have been ugly anyway But still, we do see change, and whether this is the optimistic message that we have the Zeitenwende, which we don't know where it's going, but it's there, so something is changing in Germany, that Finland and Sweden will join NATO, yes, but NATO and American role is strengthened, but you have two societies who thought they can be peaceful until the second coming, and now they realize that there is difficult decisions to be made on security and defense. And you have Denmark, and you have a number of countries and a number of societies, not only political elites, but also public opinion, realize that you cannot have the cake and eat it. I mean, it's not going to be easy, but there will be a cost in maintaining our way of life, let's put it this way. And maybe the EU was not a peace project, but the European societies thought that we can be peaceful forever without a cost. And we can enlarge our economy, someone else pays for defense, and we can continue having that forever. And I think this is changing. So the question at the end of the day is this an optimistic, maybe, observation that, yes, things are gloomy, and you need the Americans, and what the Americans will be like with Trump, and the Russians will divide us and everything, but the trend is possibly in the direction of actually us realizing how we should be in the future.
In many ways, Europe has had it really good for decades. And I think we live in weeks and months where this era of complacency is probably over. This idea, ambition, strategic sovereignty is, I think, still an ambition. It will take time, it will take a lot of leadership. There is scarce at the moment. One direct effect that we witness is the increase in European defense spending. So the hard power, because remember the US withdrawal from Afghanistan. European militaries were totally disorganized, sort of running around to make it while the Americans were still there, because the European hard power was not sufficient even to make sure that the withdrawal is safe without the Americans. So when it comes to hard power, I think we, the Europeans, are far from where we want to be, but things have started to change, in particular after 24th of February. We also have a big challenge in the other pillar of attractiveness. If one is the financial strength, the giant market, the soft power, right? Rule of law, normalcy, order. And here we see challenges from within. Several member states that are shaky on this basic fundamental consensus in Europe that we're going to be democracies governed by the rule of law. And I think this is an important challenge, because so far Europe's power has been, in particular, this element, the magnetism of the values, of the principles. And one brief praise to, maybe I'm biased here, for my Dutch friends, but what you said, this battle fatigue. Today, yesterday, I see in the Netherlands a big debate, Mark Rutte going out there essentially saying, look, this war is our war as well. And we're going to have to pay for it. And it's going to be with heating, maybe 1 or 2 degrees less. It's going to be also with our wallets. But we do it for our own safety. And leadership is that. You talk truth to the people. You bring your country to face reality. So the more we see this, the safer we'll be in terms of, especially when the winter comes.
My question would be, you're talking about strategic autonomy, that's the way the Commission sees it, right? When it comes to the French, they're talking about strategic sovereignty, which is one level up. Or when the Germans talk, they talk about capacity to act, which is one level a bit lower, right? So, and you know, all Central and Eastern Europe are just reluctant to anything that comes from the French. So, how, in which kind of a, you know, and it's also the question about how French see it, like not really, you know, diverging from NATO, but a little bit more independent from the US. I'm a little bit skeptical because when the bombs started falling in Ukraine, the German chief secret police, you know, director was in Ukraine. So the assessment of the Europeans obviously were completely wrong about Ukraine because he was there when the bombs started falling. So still this reliance on EU will remain, but you think, what is your opinion in which direction it will go? Because you can also claim that, yeah, the whole this narrative that goes through defense and how strategic, you know, sovereignty is pushed by the French, it's also a way that French will you know, sell more of their military equipment because we have seen, you know, skyrocketing numbers of French military equipment being sold around Europe and elsewhere. So how do you see in which direction it will go? Towards the French way of thinking, towards the German, or are we going to balance it somewhere? Where does Central and Eastern European countries come, especially now in the light of the war in Ukraine?
Strategic autonomy. One might have thought that one of the lessons that European leaders would have got from the Ukraine crisis was in quite how much of a minority we are when it comes to our assessment of the Ukraine-Russia war in a global sense, no? And how much of a minority we are in condemning unambiguously Russian aggression and so on. And the longer it goes on, we might also start to realize that our capacity to bring an end to it is not something fully inside of our European power or even inside of our European and US power. No, we depend on other actors in the world. And for sure, though many of those other actors in the world don't see Europe as a peace project. They might see it as a peace project inside of Europe for European countries, but when it comes to their countries, they don't see it as a peace project. And, you know, we're on the verge of an enormous, almost unprecedented famine as part of a hybrid warfare that Putin is waging. So it does seem to me that it's imperative that inside European defense and reflections, there's a reflection on some of the basic materials of how do people survive and maintain themselves outside of the European Union. Another way of putting it is I'm not so sure we've learned or we're learning that we can't have our cake and eat it, right? We have to share the cake with other actors, and that means cap reform, it means all kinds of other things.
Well, thank you very much. My question kind of follows the two previous ones. So Zoran was explaining the different definitions, terms. Now the new term that it looked that might be part of the NATO's new strategic concept is European strategic responsibility. So we'll see how that will develop in the future. That has to do with also relations, that's also my question, with relations between NATO and the EU. One of the unintended consequences of the war in Ukraine was the strengthening, of NATO and the importance of NATO for Europe. So it is not just about, I mean, we're describing, the status quo now. And when we talk about the Zeitenwende, everybody is speaking about the turn. I don't know if it's a turn or it's a description of the times that we're living in. So I don't think we're at the turn yet. We're just describing what is the situation. So it's three things that the EU needs to decide in the future. First, security, that is given by the United States. Second is energy by Russia. And third is market, so economy from China. So it has to be a Zeitenwende in all these three directions, because that is how the approach of security and economics of European Union was focused on. So what is your opinion on that? Thanks.
I'll probably pick and choose, though all, you know, because they're great questions, all of that. But I'll start, I think, with the question, where can Europe be a leader in order to deliver on strategic autonomy, which is a central question here. And I think it's a big test. I do have belief that it can happen, but we may also fail in that. It's our ability to resist Russia and to contain Russian aggression, contain Russian imperialist and expansionist ambitions. I don't believe, in essence, that strategic autonomy is so much against the West, or, you know, because that was most of our debate. Our strategic autonomy depends on whether or not Europe can be autonomous, and it's making its move towards a Green Deal in terms of energy supplies and on all sorts, and to be able to contain, push back, prevent also and punish genocide, which is apparently happening in Ukraine. That is still to be tested by the International Criminal Court. The case is up. But that is something that Europe can be, in our part of the world, good at, containing Russian imperialism. And if we can do that by having the elements in coordination and in cooperation with the US when necessary, or other partners from Southeast Asia that we tend not to listen to that much, but they are also key European allies in that sense. I think we can speak that we are actually getting very good at, because US was never able to, US was able to perhaps push Russia to internal collapse, but it never brought Russia to become something else. If European Union is able to contain imperialist Russia and offer at the end of this process, make an offer to make Russia something else, it's very idealistic, but it's again in our core interest to have a peaceful and collaborative partner in decades to come. Then we're the best in doing this, I think. And there are many elements that need to be delivered in order to be able to accomplish that goal. I think Nicolo mentioned one thing that got me triggered. I mean, we speak, or we tend to speak also in terms of strategic autonomy, of this big power competition, and basically, or what other questions hinted at, the past of containing, the old empires, European Union as a project of containing old empires. I think by now, and war is a transformative moment in that sense, it's about also delivering human security across Europe, so that people feel secure, and there is that the democracy is delivered in that way across Europe, which European Union wasn't doing so much, because it was about institutions protecting the balance of different nation states. I think these questions of famine, of also, leadership. These are the key questions. Leadership answering to the democratic sovereign of European democracies, the voters. So that would be also my highlight in all these questions. Perhaps I need to answer directly the question about the future of strategic autonomy from Central Eastern European perspective, and underline that from the governments, but also from the think tankers, expert community across Central Eastern Europe, there is not even skepticism towards the concept of strategic autonomy. There is outright hostility towards that concept, because it is being seen as undermining for whatever good or bad reasons, but it already has an emotional attachment of being anti-American. This is being seen as yet another Gaullist reincarnation, of something that was here, and perhaps the discussion, which that's why I started not by saying strategic autonomy many times over, but pointing to where actually Europe is making steps to actually demonstrate the strategic autonomy or strategic. What was the other term? responsibility. By the way, which has been, in the previous government of Poland, a call on German government to follow responsibility. You know, that was President Komorowski going to Berlin, following the steps of Radek Sikorski, calling on German responsibility. Well, yet again, but for the future. You know, it's not only for the past. Soli, I was not stepping into historian boots here. I think you're right in many ways if we have a discussion about the past and that it was a Cold War project, but it's all gone. So let's have it for another discussion to assess the...
Thank you. Well, on Soli's question, I think on the foundational myth of the EU, I think there are many narratives that are competing. There is sort of the official one, which is the peace process, German-French reconciliation. This is dominant and it's still very strong. And it's not totally wrong, I would say. But there's the one that of Timothy Snyder, for instance, who says basically the EU was a project of the failing colonial powers. They were all failing empires and they got together desperate to protect their interests also beyond the European borders. And then there is the notion that it's a product of the Cold War with a common protector in the West and a common threat on the East. And that's also true to some extent. I think the EU did quite well during the unilateral moment that followed the end of the Cold War, because we basically hitched on the US bandwagon. And that was when Solana's strategy was written. Tremendous confidence. Together with the US, we will shape the world in our image. And I think only when this US leadership broke down, basically, most seriously during the Trump years, that provided a shock that destabilized the EU. Because we've all been socialized with this notion that whenever something happens anywhere, what are the Americans going to do about it? And this vacuum left by departing US, the EU couldn't fill. The vacuum filled the EU, right? It was really, and this kind of disorientation continues until today. Now, it's temporarily, I think we are back in the old mode, but this might not last for very long. On where Europe can lead, I think, again, you have a dominant narrative in this regard, and that is clearly the Brussels effect. It's the regulatory power on climate, on many other issues, now on the Digital Service Act, etc. But of course, it's a diminishing resource, because if you are sort of decoupled from technological developments, if the EU has 16% of the technology market and the US has 55 and the Chinese the rest, over time you will not be able to export much regulation, because ultimately the people who have the technology will determine the rules for the technology. So I think there is genuine need for the EU to try desperately to catch up in some of the fields if we want to maintain our leadership. On this notion of the different conceptions of strategic autonomy, the French-German Commission one and the NATO variant, well, the EU is fantastic in inventing slogans. I think it's one of the big comparative advantages of the EU. They're so creative in creating this catchword. Ultimately, the understanding of all this means is very fluid, and there is no clear definition, and politicians generally are not academics, and they are not defining this in very clear terms. And I think in the military sphere, I think the impact of the Russian war is very clear, a return to NATO and clinging on to the US guarantee and the US involvement as much as you can. And I think in the EU there's not much market anymore for doing a great deal more. I think the strategic compass is very good in setting objectives in many, many fields, and I hope very much that governments will take it seriously. But we have a terrible record in this regard. We had so many goals and so many concepts and so many acronyms, but ultimately we never really lived up to them. So in the defense area, I'm not terribly confident. If the US is not with us, we're I think, in very severe trouble. Finally, on Nicolo's point, I think that's totally right. I think this is a huge, huge problem. we have this triumph of the 141 countries that voted against Russia in the General Assembly, but they represent less than half of the world population because China and India were not there. And of these 141 countries, less than 40 countries actually implemented sanctions. And I think there is no question, the hope that Russia will be isolated is completely erroneous. They're not isolated. I think there is an anti-Western narrative that is dominant in most countries. And I think we are doing far too little to push back, to make the case, basically. And of course, with every month that passes, it will be more difficult to do this. And that's, again, there is a risk that as the collateral damage goes up, the famine goes up, then the kind of our understanding of what is happening in Europe will be more and more difficult to sell elsewhere.
Both Stefan and of course Wojciech, and thank you to all who gave comments and posed questions. This of course is probably the most broad-brushed topic of our third day, and Nicolo's question and Stefan's answer, I think, are very pertinent. Our friend Ivan Krastev has talked about the self-isolation of Europe in this regard, given the numbers of countries and given the part of the population of the world that is not in this. And those of you who were at GlobeSec and those of us who followed saw the Indian foreign minister at GlobeSec describing, in fact, that Europe's problems are not the world's problems. So there's a whole swath of opinions and people around the world who do not share the kind of angst and the worries and the challenges that we see here. On the question of war, I think it has been said, and I will repeat, that contrary to various expectations, this is what has been called an industrial war. That the various, so it's old machinery, right? Tanks, howitzers, armored personnel carriers, rifles, and not so much cyber or various other techniques. So obviously drones were used, are being used without going nuclear. We'll leave that to the side, but there's maybe a question to be answered why it hasn't cyber been used more. Is that because of a fear of mutual assured destruction? If there's a big cyber war that starts, you know, do we lock out electricity from our side in Moscow, and what do the Russians do to electricity grids in Europe, etc.? That's, I'm just posing that not only as a rhetorical question, but, you know, fears of what people who are in this field know that we all are capable of in terms of technological terms. As we said, and as Rosa said at the beginning, this is in part a way for Europe to deal with its declining power. That's clearly the case, not only because of the shrinking population, not only because of the rise of China and the G2 conflict and Russia with its you know, crazy ideas of re-imperialization of the territory, but there has been a wake-up. I mean, that's definitely what the wake-up has led to is all that we have talked about here, various strategic ways of thinking about the position. The wake-up happened already before, with not only with the financial crisis and the migration crisis, but in particular with Brexit and with the Russian invasion of Georgia and then of Crimea, and of course with Trump's election, which is probably one of the bigger shakeups, because Europe was the model, the unwavering democratic pillar of the Western world, and suddenly we were all confronted with this fact, and that's where really the strategic autonomy idea begins with the various responses that were so eloquently described by others. The way forward is what's happening next week with the candidacy to Ukraine, and obviously rethinking of, or the return, the second return of the enlargement as the formerly most successful policy, but clearly that needs to be re-engaged if the credibility of this whole project, whatever the foundational moments are, is to be pursued, and if Europe is to have a voice. And I would agree with the geo-economic moment. I think that's where Europe can make a marked difference, but geo-economic means also uneconomic investments. And the best example of that, and many of you have heard me repeat it over these years, you know, why did the Chinese have to build the second bridge over the Danube in Belgrade? Why wasn't it a European company? Why wasn't it the European Investment Bank? And we've talked about the highway in Montenegro, we've talked about the high-speed rail between Belgrade and Budapest, that the Chinese have the bridge in Croatia over the Pelješac bridge, funded by the EU but built by the Chinese. We had a very interesting presentation by Valbona and a public opinion poll where most people in Croatia just talk about China and not about the fact that the European Investment Bank funded this thing and that the access roads are actually being built by an Austrian company and an Italian company. Very few people know about that. So we are very bad as Europeans at selling ourselves. I think that's part of the issue. That's not as strategic as the discussion we've had here. Just a few thoughts. So thank you to Wojciech and Stefan, and of course to Rosa, who is not here. So let's give them a round of applause. And with Hedwig, we have agreed that we would seamlessly go into the closing session, which we'll keep short and sweet, because later on we have a more convivial discussion around a glass of wine and mingling, a kind of Europe's Futures